Okay. See if I don't really decide to crash again. I think one issue of it is RAM. Because I recently did a RAM upgrade on my laptop to 40 gigs, but still, like, when I'm playing the game, at least on the creative testing world, it's at only like 10 gigs of RAM left, and that's only the game running on the creative world, let alone all the streaming stuff as well. It might really kind of just be using up so much RAM all together at once here. Think we are back and good now, though. Is this not? But should have been running continuously. Oh man, like all day. But there's the bends now. That should have been running the entire time I've been offline because it's been force loaded. It's been loaded. Mine has it not produced very much if it's supposed to have been running the entire time. No. Oh, well, at least it can stay running while I collect everything for the tunnel bore training, I guess. Because that's totally great. And I was trying to get a thumbnail for YouTube made before stream. But the creative testing world just keeps crashing over and over again. I honestly don't even know how many times it crashed trying to do stuff for that, but yeah, and it's not exactly being very nice right now, so I might have to create a new creative testing world to start or to continue doing stuff on now, which since I have schematics of all the major buildings and stuff that are actually important for me to continue working on, that's the schematic of the power plant at okay, and where did I put the schematic? Oh, did I leave it? Can we even leave it in this drive too? Uh, then did I? No. I still have a little water present at least, so spend that back out and have another couple extra for stuff. So, where did that schematic go? I had schematics here. Like no, oh, it's right there. Good, yeah. It's literally right there. Mine, I guess. Ton of those. I think I do have to add one more row of drills along the top of it, because currently it only drills enough height to fit the LRT and the catenary connector on top of it, but not enough for the actual catenary cable running above it as well. I think the rail, I'm going to have the station there and then like the turnaround behind the station be under all of here, and then have a rail come from like this edge of the turnaround and come straight out here as like the train building area over here, and then I can just run it straight onto the main line. I'm also going to need a lot of train signals to make sure that things aren't crashing and all that, and make sure everything runs smoothly, but then I head down under. Really? Because it should be. Hmm. There's 77 line, but 77 lines up to their summit. And you just knocked me down in here. Well, at least I'm safe from now, baby. So I know 77 was one of them, and then it was a few over. I think it was 74. Actually, I think I have notes of that, actually. 77 and 84. So Because it was stationed here, and then the rail runs along 77, or well, negative 77 along to here, across, and then turns around under this pillar and goes up to negative 84 here for the return line. So and actually I should make another schematic for the station so that I know where I'm going from. Yeah. Oh no, Christians makes regularly die. I think there is flour around here that makes light blue dye, so I don't have to centrifuge down any dye for white. Not actually. White tulip makes white. I'm pretty sure it's. I don't think it's that far from here that there's a flower that should make light blue. I think they're like just over here somewhere. I think it's corn flowers make blue, and I can get white from white tulips to make the light blue I need, but and might as well just cornflower and white tulip for them. Now I could also just repurpose the same schematic for multiple of them, just one at a time instead of multiple schematics all going at the same time, but I'll keep the schematic of the tunnel bore train and definitely keep the schematic placed for the power plant, because I don't want to have to try and adjust that properly into place again. I would rather keep that where it is at the moment, not have to adjust it. Doesn't like I do it as a pro. And it's the other little white flowers that make light. I have run way down here. You've gotta be running down on hunger a lot faster than usual, because that's not take very long. Gotta be this that I think these lily of the valley make white directly. Sure, there's not really a way to farm automatically, or actually, I guess really any way of going to pick up white tulip stuff. Didn't. And then it's too lightweight to color anyways. And photos you want to already have blue as well. Blue packet, right, these. I'm like, yeah, those make light blue directly. I had some. God damn it. Empty schematics can't start, which is interesting. Anyways, on station. It is rather large. Right. In order to have internet on my phone. Hold on. I just need a minute. Can't now. Stop it. No, stop. So, I'm not actually too sure with precisely where this schematic goes down, but I definitely have to aim it down forward. Ah, I think that's probably a little low. Might have to just dig out some area down there to get it placed properly, but nice for I think I might have built it a bit too low anyways, because the creative testing world, I kind of messed around with an airship, and I'm pretty sure a lot of the terrain was lowered a decent amount from here with that messing around. So I may have messed around a little bit with something that, let's just say, lowered the terrain around here. Yeah. Pneumatic here. Okay, I think this is center platform. Yeah, this is center platform here. Whereas I need a little here, so that's way to have a rail here. Okay. There's actually one going to thing. This pole might actually be one block lower. It has to be um, determine where I make it like once, and then I can't take it again. God damn this jump. That one down there is easier because it's the lead block ball. But it's not a hair to hair to jump like this one. Oh, that was close. At least I'm getting practice for head-to jumps. It's not like I play any parkour maps or anything anyways. Oh my god. I cannot make this jump. I didn't make that one. It's just so. Fine. I still can't even. Okay, why am I not? Why am I jumping lower again now? What the hell? There. Yeah. All of a sudden I was jumping lower than I should have been. Right, so track should be. I think that is one lower than it should be. If I'm standing on the level that the track goes on, that would be 63. That hole is down one too far. Okay. Interesting. I still have some stone now on because silk touch on it. And yes, schematic coming up one to here. So vertically and this way should be placed right. I continue digging over this way some more. Other tracks should line up at 83. Or 84. Yes. Yeah. There's a center of the track is here, and then the track extends one to each side of where it's actually placed. So there's enough track on 77 and 84. But it is exactly where it should be. Now as for this way, how far one way or the other like that it should be. I have actually no idea. And yes, as I thought, this terrain is much higher by 3 blocks. So I think some amount of this area will probably have to be dug out for this, since the terrain is higher than it should actually be and so now I need to figure out where to align it this way. Because the train comes up to here, and then it like slants down and down, down. Like you can see by the roof here. It's kind of some bit more design than just flat straight across roof. And I decided to dome it over, but instead of just being like flat square roof straight across, it's kind of nicely domed over, which also adds like some nice height to it in the middle. And then having it come like up at this end, which is a little bit inspired based on the Edmonton Convention Center, because that's built on a hill and like the entire roof of the convention center slopes down with the hill. So it's a little bit inspired by that, by having the roof kind of slope down with the terrain here, but the terrain looks a little different on the creative testing world because of some stuff I was messing with. But again, trying to actually align this left and right, turn forward and back this way. Left and right and vertically is good, but where should I actually align this to? I guess here is decent, but doors here is like the end of the rail is pretty much like only just back from this, I think, so. And it takes some decent amount of room to go around under here. And we need ground level being this level here means that probably a lot of this will have to be, well, at the level I'm standing at right now will all have to be replaced with sandstone and then a layer of sand on top of it at this level. I do believe I dig out this here for the entrance of this. Which another of the many perks of the Fox Origin is anything that needs a shovel, I dig a lot faster by hand. I have not used a shovel with this Fox Origin because it just digs really quickly by hand. Like, that's normal hand digging speed. With just an empty hand, I dig just a little faster. Yeah, so you can see made it up to sand down to here. Decent amount of terraforming, obviously being needed for all of that. That should be dug down properly, but I guess where it's placed should be fine. Maybe. So, right. I should, yeah. So if I dig out to where, like, the end of the track should be this way, and then dig out some space for the turnaround loop, then the tunnel bore train can do most of the work of getting that all fully dug out. And they're gonna dig out enough for me to get around to place the track. And the tunnel bore will do the rest of the actual work of doing all that. I have no idea how far out from that bit goes. Oh, there's the start of the turn, so I think that should be the edge of the platform. Yeah, because I have to dig this all. Oh, yeah, that's the edge of the platform because that's the stairs going up right there. Yep. So, like, right at platform edge is where it starts the turnaround, which it does. When it comes in here, it does clip the platform here a little bit, but it's not by very much. So as long as you're careful and stay back from the edge, like you really should in real life, technically, because in real life they always say like stand back from the edge, because the rush of air coming by when the train comes is why you should stay back from the edge in real life when the train is approaching. I guess I pretty much just follow, well, some the direction that the schematic is going, because the full turnaround loop isn't part of the schematic, so I only have probably only like a little bit further before the schematic cuts off. And I'm stuck just trying to place it around by hand without following it. Actually, it was a bit further than I thought it would, so I guess there is some ways more station out from the underground platform than yeah. I think edge of the schematic should be right around here. Then it only comes out from each way of the platform so far. So, yep, there's the edge of the schematic. So then from here, and the equivalent piece of the other side around. That's as far as I can get here, so then I have to manually dig out around to the midpoint of the loop. Digging things out certainly takes a lot longer in survival than creative. I can just spam click in creative to dig things out, but honestly, I don't exactly have the luxury of being that reckless in survival. And it is totally dug out around there like it used to be. Actually, I might come around and dig out further. Bauxite or aluminum or whatever aluminum stuff there is, if I can remember. Good. Oh, that. Yes, I don't really need glow, I should not really. Um, actually, I should be able to stack a lot more dirt as well. Like anything I have in the backpack already, I can stack more of into it. Like stone, I can stack up to 2 stacks with stack upgrade, which obviously eventually upgrading the stack upgrades so that I can have more than just 2 stack is having like a whole bunch of stacks per well stack is quite useful, especially with big massive mod packs like this. Actually having a ton of inventory storage is so incredibly useful on a massive pack with a ton of stuff. Like, the backpack is full. That's like a fraction of what there is on this massive pack. With still kind of like a fraction of what there is in Minecraft in total, anyways, but so, if I didn't have my backpack, I wouldn't be able to do nearly so much as easily because I wouldn't have all of the insane amount of storage to put everything in. And of course, on top of this backpack, I have this backpack and this backpack with me, which this one has the same amount of storage as the one on my back, and a number of other backpacks as well. So now this is where it goes straight back for the train building platform. And actually did it capture enough to have the whole system around? Probably not. Yeah, definitely not. So then I captured up to here. Apparently, though, the schematic does go further. Why do these rails continue further, though? And how far do they connect? Might not have to guesstimate so much out here. I think for some weird reason it captured these rails coming all the way around. Like, at least through this side around. And there's the sandstone, which actually I think the station on the creative testing world was placed that way further. Because this, like, I don't know, I think it was. Because yeah, when I bring the tunnel bore around this bend to get all of around it dug out enough, and there'll be like a central pillar here, and I think like about half of it was sandstone, so I think it was a number of blocks further that way, but I guess that at least saves a few rails on length for that way and gives a bit more room here for not having to go out over the water quite so much. for the train building platform. Because when I make the station, I can't quite build the trains in the station because of the these very nice platform blocks, because the trains actually technically extend out 2 blocks from the middle, so they're technically 5 blocks wide. They look 3 blocks wide, and inside are 3 blocks wide, but because of the panels being placed 1 block out, which actually line up like perfectly with just like a single pixel gap between this platform and the edge of the train, which just kind of happened to work out accidentally, which is pretty nice. Like, I built the train and then I built a station for the train to pull into, and it just happened to line up perfectly for the edge of the platform and the side of the train. But if I were to build it in the station here, I'd have to get rid of like all of these platform blocks along both sides to be able to assemble, actually just build the train and then assemble it, and then place them all back again. Plus, building the giant tunnel bore train underground here, not very easy. So, yeah, like captured up to, yeah, like places here, and then it goes around there. It's like it captured this whole bend up to the 1 block from where it would be placed there. So that should be right there. So that placed around there. And then this places around to right up the edge of there. Made the turnaround loop as small as possible so it wouldn't like extend way outside. It would stay at least mostly underground, which luckily it does stay entirely underground. The only part that actually goes out above ground is the part that extends straight out for the building platform. Which, what the fuck? What was that? Random creepy sounds that some mod adds. As one of the mods we have adds some kind of creepy noises, like extra creepy noises on top of what Minecraft has. I don't have enough track though. Which I guess for the look it should be built with Tylus anyways that I've been producing. And from here going back for that I could do yeah, like going back from here to a point with Tylus and then the rest of the way back with the regular track. Interesting that it actually uses a number of track for going around bends like this, and it's not just the one track that's placed straightly aligned. And now I have to jump back out of the hole again, which is luckily easier now that I make that jump not a head hitter. Over here. So, like, it produced more in the time and like the 45 minutes I've been on so far than it did all of overnight, because I don't think it was running at all overnight, which these are loaded. Like these are loaded, so it should have been running because the entire thing is within these two chunks. So it should have been running. Like this chest should be full so far. So why is it only like almost 3 stacks? Only having been produced in the time I've been on server. Why must you do this? I just scroll from here to get the proper alignment on here. Make sure to line to this. Yep. And then I spin around to there. And then straight over from here, right at platform edge. From here, I spin to here. And then just on over to here. Good. So then, I'll leave this little rest of the bend out here. I can just follow the track. Because it is a little annoying trying to place track that follows a perfectly straight diagonal or straight direction because it doesn't place the track down along the length that's being filled in. It only places it down where you're actually clicking to place it down, whereas obviously the bends don't care at all. They place going around the bend just fine. So, always placing bends around isn't quite so annoying. We have to dig out the area along the bend just for it to place all of the track down. Yeah. And most of the work of digging it out will be done by the tunnel bore. And I say most of the work because going around bends, especially very like the tightest bends you can make like this, are not exactly able to mine out all along the bend. That's also because of just the drill extending out forward from it far enough, so by the time it comes to here and starts coming around the bend, the head of the drill has already missed some of this edge along here. So it ends up missing some to drill out, but it's not too bad. Then, along with having straight along here dug out, which I should get rid of some more useless things like tweet. Let stone so I can stack it. And more wheat. I don't need any of the wheat because I can't eat bread. It's not considered a natural thing that I would consume as a fox. So, only things that I would naturally eat as a fox I can eat with the origin, which can be a little annoying because I can't just like pick up anything to eat. But it's very nice for the sweet berries, being able to give me a full saturation bar and a decent chunk of hunger. Whereas sweet berries normally would give you barely anything. A hunger and half saturation, which I guess technically is 2 hunger and 1 saturation because of one icon is 2. Anyways. So I think coming straight out from here, and coming from here, taking a curve around to meet up with this, so I can either continue straight along. Shit, we can either continue straight along and continue going down the down line to mine about. Yeah, or I can carry it around this way to get all of this mined out and then go down the return line the reverse way. And then I can kind of go up here and then reverse up to here and then get all of this mined out along here. And then I can come forward up here, reverse all the way around here to get more of around this way mined out. So I have to go a double pass around the bend each way to get most of it all mined out properly. Again, I said it was annoying trying to get around the tightest curve you can lay with tracks with the tunnel bar. Which I know some tunnel bore train designs have a bogey a lot closer to the actual drill head, so they can, the drill head can follow the path of the track a lot closer. As well as just generally taking, they also tend to build corners going around a lot more shallow than I have it. Because I did the tightest corner possible to keep it underground on the spawn station end here, and then not to take up too much room at the community station over there. So I purposely did the smallest possible one that can fit here. Actually, I guess I could keep in the string fishes. Purposely did the smallest possible one that could fit here, or that I'm allowed to place here, just to keep the cost of building it in rail down and keep the amount of space it takes up down as well. So I really didn't want to have like a whole big, massive turnaround loop that extended out from underground all over there and then like came all the way out like around here, poking out from underground. And then having, if I wanted to make it entirely closed in, then having to have an awkward just flat cliff wall. Which I think on that side it pokes out a little bit and I have to have a small area of just a cliff wall to keep it closed in, but other than that, there's not much that pokes out on this end. Again, the other end of the track obviously is above ground, like the ground level goes down to water level. So the other end of the track is above ground, but then that also means that I have to keep it above ground, have to keep the footprint of it as small as possible for that end. And where are you coming from there? As usual, not being the smartest. Look at all this open space that you could be coming at me from, but instead you choose to come at me from behind, where there's a decent amount of terrain protecting me from it. And then you get stuck trying to come down to me. Like, actually stuck there. To where I can literally just come up and hit you. And now you come down openly. I've already brought you down to one hit. It only takes 2 hits for me anyways, but still, kind of useless because I took literally no damage from you, but okay. Let's see, where should I have this kind of start for the drill? Because the drill is, I think, 7 by 8, like 7 wide, 8 tall. So that'd be yeah, out to here, and then 8 tall up from here and 6. So I can bring that to here, I guess. Maybe 7. So that will be where the front of the drill train is. Line up like right to the edge of that block and immediately start drilling out as soon as it starts going. But then I have to go 24 blocks back from this. Well, 24 blocks including this one. Because the LRT train is 24 long, split up into 2 12-block segments. 7 now. 24. Let me put this. Boom. Actually, just before the stream, I kind of accidentally found out that going back from a station all has to be the same type of track for building a train on. If the type of track switches, then where it counts the track as active for building cuts off where the track type switches. Whereas like up to this entire length is the same track, so we shouldn't have any issues with that. But because it's kept all the same type of track, it'll count all of it properly as it should be. And try it and fill in around it here. We're gonna get a lot more sandstone drilling gardens, so oh, that's right there. Do I take that down when we're gonna need to? Oh, no. I probably should just dig and break out the seaweed around here. That'll be annoying first, so I don't end up placing a block behind myself trying to go back. The only thing with it being at least somewhat realistic to what foxes actually eat and all that, I don't think foxes can eat that easily underwater. Anyways, just if I there's the tunnel bar. Just if I place the train first and line it up to where I need it, then I can place the station where I need it for building the train aligned properly. So, yep, that's right up to there. So currently it's a square 7x7, but it actually needs to be 8 tall for the catenary cable running above the train. Because the catenary connector thing that runs along that cable makes the train 7 blocks tall total, so in order to have 1 block of room for the cable to run along top, it has to be 8. Which I forgot to add a row onto that before making the schematic, but oh well. It's good enough, I guess. I probably will build the schematic. Probably will build the train by hand instead of using the schematic cannon, just to make sure that things are placed correctly. Which I think, since I didn't have to rotate the train, it should be placed all the right way around. Because I know, like these rails and these coppercat panels can end up placed like turned the wrong way around if you rotate. If you rotate the schematic, then they'll be all placed sideways along the direction that they were on the original. Which makes it a little annoying for placing a schematic rotated because some stuff will end up sideways or backwards from where it should be. The schematic view is correct, but actually placing it down or like having it built automatically might end up with it sideways. At least pasting it in creative causes them to be sideways. That shows I need to rotate that back. As well, because the drills go down to track level, then I have to have the track that runs along under the train included in the schematic because the drills go down to track height. Little unfortunate, and I think that does mean I'll have to break this piece of track to be able to place that. I think that's the only piece of track is this one here that I'll have to break, build the train, then place it back down. Also, when gluing, make sure to glue the front drill head together and then glue the rest of the train together to it instead of just going from top corner of the drill head to bottom corner down there, because that'll include the track that it's on in the glue. So, yeah. Kind of glue all of the drills together, then glue all of the backing blocks behind them together, making sure not to glue the rail that's under it, and then glue all of the rest of the train together, and then extend some glue between them to make sure everything is all together without including track. But yeah, like I said on last stream, this design is made entirely myself, but it is based on a cargo train design that I followed a tutorial for. So the eventual cargo train that will bring oil from port to the power plant, I followed a tutorial for building that one, and then I built this one based off of that one. So this one's my own design, but the cargo train, at least the engine of the cargo train, is tutorial. Like the actual, like the shipping container car and the tanker car are also my own design for the cargo train, but the engine was for my tutorial. Because I'm honestly not too great at designing stuff like a nice looking train. I did well on this one just because it's based on a very cool looking engine. Oh, well. I don't think I have a schematic renewing. Or do I have a schematic anywhere? At least I already have the item vault all made for it, because that has some decent amount of item vault to be able to store all the blocks it's breaking and the track it's placing. And I don't think any of the create buildings I've come across had a schematic counting. I could have grabbed a clipboard from one of them, because I'll need a clipboard for the item list. clipboard is a lot nicer than a book for the required item list. You can actually check stuff off on it and delete the checked ones. So you can just kind of whittle your list down. I have a lot of schematic tables though. I'm a decent amount of drills, so I shouldn't have to make too many drills for it. I don't think I've come across any cannons. More item bolts. I have a lot more item bolts than I need. And then for the eventual cargo train, I already have the fluid interface I need for that, for the tanker one. I think I need some chutes for it as well, and actually, I think a couple smart chutes as well. Um, some girder for the two cargo cars of the cargo train, but this one doesn't have any. Some metal brackets it needs as well, which I already have, so all the create buildings that I've come across are going to be pretty useful because I've already collected a number of what I'll need for building them. And is it the steel truss or is it? I'm not sure which truss it is that gives the like side rails with the copycat panels that are look, but I was right about no schematic cannon, so uh, two blocks wide, a couple logs, couple smooth stone, a dispenser. Dispenser there was. Alright, that's I should put some of this away in here for now. There's some cobble. I think I do have an extra value. That seems. Now, just it's a dispenser, not a dropper, because it doesn't just drop the blocks in place, it launches them into place. So it makes sense that it's a dispenser, not a dropper that it uses, because the dispenser launches things instead of just dropping them right in front of it. Makes sense. Good recipe. Couple books. So do I have any smooth stone? I think I only make smooth stone when I actually need some. So a couple more smooth stone, a couple logs. So I got the damage. Couple of wrecks of iron, there's a couple schematic cannon, which is very useful for auto building things. Like I'll probably will use the schematic cannon for the stations, just because those are rather large structures to build, but I want to make absolutely sure that the train is done properly. Actually, have I grabbed a clipboard? clipboard. And I have books, but I want to use a clipboard because it's so much nicer to use than a book for this. Um, Gathering materials for a schematic to be built is just so much nicer with a clipboard. Like, so much nicer with a clipboard, but I don't think I've collected any clipboards. I always just left them where they were. Yeah, always just left the clipboards where they are, which means adventure time. Not the show, it's just... Never mind. There is one of those. So there's different types of those buildings. These buildings I'll get to eventually, but I have to be well prepared to raid these buildings because they're difficult. um, Honestly, I think probably more difficult than the whole giant community building was, because the community building had a lot of very OP spawners, but they were also very spread out with a lot of space to run around. So we were mostly able to just run around, breaking the spawners without taking too much damage overall, and then be able to just leave some distance and come back to despawn everything that had been spawned by them. But whereas these buildings are like that one and this one are a lot more dense with the spawners. There is no room to just run around and avoid the mobs that are spawned by them. They're kind of forced to face all of the mobs that are spawned by them, making them more difficult to go through and clear out. Actually, wait, these blues are, I think... Is there anyone actually closer, though? Actually, I guess this one way up north might be... I guess I could head up northward for that. Where has my 0 moved to? Over there. Okay. I probably should have been leashing it up to make sure it's safe, but... Yeah. Right. Avoid the bushes. They don't hurt me, but they hurt everything else. Fox as well doesn't get hurt by bushes like that. Christ, why do you launch yourself? That was your own fault. I would probably stop launching myself like that. Okay. Northward we go. Yes, never really thought to grab the clipboards, even though once I start doing stuff with schematics and the schematic cannon, I pretty much exclusively use the clipboard for that, just because it's so much nicer than a book. It should be this way somewhere. There's a ruined portal right there. I'm not sure I've been to this ruined portal. It is kind of embedded in a tree. Gold. There's the chest. So I can take that for later, take some of that for later, maybe. Mana regen is for Ars Nova, because we have magic stuff with that, so. Ellie, go up the cliff. Should be just this way, man. You have a useless jump. Like, literally less worth jumping. Oh, it's like way further up with that way. Hey, sorry. At least you're not taking enough damage to be actually dealing hurt. You're definitely being hurt, but not enough to actually cause a dent on your health. And then, why does the terrain have to be like this? God. No, just straight up here. Like right up on top of here. There's one, yeah, this is one of the ones that has a clipboard right there. Ta-da, clipboard. Yeah, I totally fixed all that, right? Um, really isn't much of anything useful up in the top of here because there's no loot tables for these buildings. I probably have enough fruits and all that. Like, take with cauldron, I guess, because I do need a couple of cauldrons for it, and we can take some of the shaft. That's in case shaft. Wait, did not mean to do that. Sorry, my PP. I did a lot of damage with that one hit. How did I do so much? The clicks are too light on this mouse. It's a very nice mouse, and I like using it a lot. But I accidentally click when I don't mean to all the time. I mean, like, all the time. I'm constantly clicking when I don't mean to. That's so annoying. Get around this damn terrain. Why does the terrain have to be so mountainous? Very tall mountain terrain. Probably also going to be. That's alright. Yeah, that's good. probably also going to be a long time until we start doing anything with applied energistics because that's just so expensive to do anything with. AE is expensive. Costs a lot to make most anything with it, so um, do I even still have a lead with me? I don't even have a lead with me. Anyways. Okay. Come on, quick book. Book will basically all this stuff. Just so I can show what a book does. A book are useful for a material checklist because it says all of what's needed and anything that has a ponder. You can show the ponder for it, and it shows you like the total amount, and then beside that shows you how many stacks plus additional. So 113 is one stack plus another 49. That's the only thing that there is more than a single stack of is the industrial plating. Which industrial plating does take some to make, but so I should kill it now. So yeah, that's pretty much all you can do with the book is just like flip through it and collect things in it. It's all right, but the checklist is much nicer because it also, like, it doesn't have the ponder functionality, but it tells you what everything is, has the total amounts, the stack plus additional amounts, but also an image of everything. I guess I should go around and collect more clipboards because the trains do have clipboards in them for decoration. Yeah, it actually shows you an image of each of the blocks. That's industrial iron support that I use for the for that. And actually, but does it? It even includes the one super glue to glue everything together, which is nice. Well, it does use a metal girder somewhere on it. Oh, right, the back of it for that, right. Right. Forgot about that. Most of it isn't too bad. Like the train casing is a little annoying. But I only need one because it's one six axle bogie instead of like a bogey at the front of it and a bogey at the back is just one six axle bogey, which I'm actually not sure where the station has to go along that though, but mm, uh, yeah, some stuff is a little more annoying to make, like the train case and the controls, and probably this tungsten sheet metal. Tungsten sheet metal. Where do you even go that? Actually, that tungsten sheet metal might be quite difficult because I'm not sure you can get tungsten in the overworld. I think I might have to do some space stuff to get that tungsten if there's not any overworld tungsten, but actually, I think immersive engineering has tungsten, and I think it might be cross-compatible with other tungsten. Yeah, and most stuff isn't too bad to make. It just kind of it takes a lot of materials in general to make things. Uh, yeah, it's really not too bad for anything. The industrial plating will also take a while because industrial plating, and then I would put it together into blocks of it, and yeah. And also, with the clipboard, as you saw when I first picked it up, you can check off what you've collected. So you can go like basically page by page. Like you can just pick a page to start on, collect everything on that page, check it off as you collect it. And then once you have a page all collected, you can just erase check items and move on to the next page. Yeah, move on to and then just pick another page to collect everything for. And if you delete, like if you collect everything of a page and like check and delete everything, including the next page icon that shows you that there's more to it, and erase all that, then it would be annoying if it still kept the page, but when you close and reopen it, it gets rid of that blank page. So that's also useful, as it doesn't keep the blank pages that you then have to scroll through to get to the next page of stuff together. And if you want to check what all you have collected, you can put either a chest or a double chest next to the schematic cannon, and then anything that you put into that chest next to the schematic cannon will automatically be checked off on the material checklist. So if I put some, like, say I get the andesite stuff and I put it in there and I check it off on here and erase it, then when I put it into here, if I put the andesite stuff into the chest and then put this in here to recheck, then it's going to automatically have those checked off along with anything else in it, and then I can just go through the pages and just go like that through the pages to check and delete everything that's in the chest. So I only have things that I still have yet to collect. It is a little bit annoying that if you delete some stuff off of the page, then it doesn't like move stuff from the next page over to fill it, but oh well. Vitamin brain. For the fabric server, I had started on designing a big, massive airship. It was a little bit big of a project, which, I mean, the Beira is also going to be a massive project. Even just designing it in creative is going to be a massive project, which the big airship that I started designing for the fabric server was a massive project in creative, let alone recreating it in survival on server. At least with like the massive airship, most of the structure was balloons to help it potentially fly, which you can make like phantom. It's a very good recipe of making balloons with phantom membrane, and I had a ton of phantom membrane, so I probably could have made most of the balloons for that massive airship on the Fabric server before the big wipe of it due to an issue when upgrading the server. So I went to upgrade the server computer, and there was a slight issue when upgrading the server computer that caused a bunch of stuff to be wiped out, including the Fabric server. This Forge server here, though, I started up after that happened, so it wasn't two servers that were completely wiped due to that. Um, there was also the vanilla server, but no one had really done anything on the vanilla server yet anyways. So the vanilla server being wiped due to that wasn't an issue. It was just the Fabric server that I had already done a whole bunch of stuff on. Like I had a ton of work on the Fabric server, and then it all just got wiped. Like I had an end themed train and station. Like I had an end themed subway that I was gonna start building out to travel around different places on the map, which the train part of it was one of the only things that remained because like all of the map data got wiped out, but like entities or I guess like create contraptions, which includes trains and such, got saved. So like any trains, which the end themed subway was the only train that was on the server, but I think any create contraption like trains didn't get wiped out, but yeah, it was annoying. Um, 'Cause it was, yeah, like it was like had steps or like stairs kind of leading up to it here, and then there's like this station all across here, and then the train. Because we use the same seed for both the Forge and Fabric servers, so you can just kind of swap between them and know where most, or at least some stuff is, because the generation here around spawn is the same. Like this whole birch forest, this ravine, and like this whole area, all of this is all the same between them, but due to the additional biome and structure mods that we have on this server, it starts to vary from the Fabric server the more you go out from spawn. Like the big giant community building doesn't exist on the Fabric server, but what does exist on the Fabric server is a different big huge structure that spawns like just over there or like yeah, like pretty much just over there above the forest. And then there's like some villager merchant ships that spawn just out over the water over there as well on the Fabric one. So and on the Fabric server we have like a pretty decent community area built up around spawn here because there was no like big giant building that we could just take over like on this server. Whereas obviously on this server we have just like some big, huge, ginormous structure that we can just take over as a really cool, nice community building. So it does make it a little bit more annoying because it is some distance east of spawn, so I have to build this train line for easier transport back and forth between spawn and community area, but then I also wanted my mine colony to be close to the community area, so I had to fill in a big, huge area of water. And gonna still have, I'm gonna still have to fill in more water area to expand my building area for it, so that I can expand the colony and fit more buildings into the area. Because it does take up a surprising amount of space. So, it does include the copycat panels. Okay, that's good. I was worried that I would have to like figure out which use the copycat panels. Like it would only list the iron supports that I put into the panels, but not the panels themselves. But it includes the panels themselves and the items that are put into them to give them their look for style. I think since I do have a bunch of iron and andesite, I should be able to use that. So we need 39 of this. 39 item vault. So I'm gonna put most of this other create stuff away in here. I'm pretty sure a lot of this I probably don't need. Actually, this shaft I can use for some of it, and some metal bracket. Then vault 4 chutes. I do need a grader. I have the chutes in where no chutes are there. And here. How many chutes? What? Make that, not that. That's annoying. I don't know what else do I have already? Do I have a fluid tank somewhere? I have some fluid stuff, but I don't think I have a fluid tank, because I don't think any of the buildings spawn with a tank now. Some of the buildings spawn with pipes and other fluid mechanics stuff, like even a couple with spouts, but actually a lot of pipe down. Like, that's actually a lot of pipe that we have. Oh, I already have it. Should I get the copycat pen? I think one of the buildings actually did have some stuff made, like some of the building was made with copycat panels, so I actually do have a number of panels. I have more than I need, 41. That was nice. I actually have more than I need of copycat panels. And then it's just for those nice smart shoots do I need? Two. Look at that. Two smart shoots. I don't think I need those. So that is the shoot. The panels, item vault, girder, the bracket. I have some mechanical drill. So that's also a nice thing about the schematic cannon being able to check how much you have is if you put some of what's needed of something, like if I put what mechanical drills I do have currently into the chest, it would actually show how many more I need left because none of the items that it needs are in a chest next to it shows all of what's needed. But if I put the mechanical drills I have in the chest next to it and then put the list in to check it, it would show how many more mechanical drills I need to get up to a total of 47. Four shafts. Smart shoots. And we'll do this. Actually, I don't need cold greens. I need poisons. I'm gonna have to look at how to make this tungsten and fruit metal solvents. Tungsten sheet metal slab, which of course is from tungsten sheet metal, which is tungsten sheet, which is pressed from tungsten ingot, which is here it is from another planet. Is there not another type of tungsten that's compatible with this? It's only the tungsten that's on another planet. God damn it, why did I have to use tungsten? I just had to use tungsten, which for the cargo train, I'm gonna need so much more tungsten than that too. Because I based the design of the tunnel bore off of the cargo train. It's basically a shortened and basically it was kind of shortened the engine of the cargo train and slapped a big drill head on the front. The cargo train, just the engine uses more tungsten. Plus the two train cars, like the cargo one and the fluid one, both use the same base platform design that uses more tungsten as well. Oh, God. It's kind of, why did I have to use tungsten? No. But which planet is it that tungsten is the one? Mercury. Um, well, looks like the next few streams are going to be going to space. Hooray. Um, That's just great. Great. I have to go to space to be able to build the train system. And I was hoping to be able to build the train system and eventually go to space for stuff later, but looks like I need to go to space now to be able to build the trains. Oh, and it's really only for, like right now, I only need it for the tunnel bore train. I don't even need it for anything else yet. I'm gonna need some eventually for, oh God, I'm gonna need some eventually for the cargo train, but nothing right now. How much, actually, do I use any for the power plant? Because I know I use a lot of metal for the size of the power plant as well. The power plant uses a lot of metal. Spawn station and power plant. I should check both of those if I use anything of tungsten in those. So I might as well collect as much as I need for everything, so I only have to go and come back once to be able to build everything and then go back to space eventually later. Just great. Spawn station. What do I need for a spawn station? And say coal and copper ore can just be ignored because that's just kind of happens to be there already. Um, okay, no tungsten for that. And power plant did I use in the Target 2 file? Like, god damn it. I can't even check it for power plant. I don't think so, because I used the same two types of metal for the power plant and spawn station. So I used the same. This iron pillar and this gray sheet metal are pretty much all of what I used for the exterior structure of the power plant as well. So we're gonna need a lot of gray sheet metal and iron pillar. Actually, I think a lot more iron pillar than sheet metal. Like a lot of iron pillar for the power plant. Um, the hazard block also takes a decent amount of metal. I think it's iron, but nothing tungsten for either of those though. So it's just the train that needs the tungsten. Okay. I might as well make sure that's the only tungsten thing on here. So I think that should be the only, yeah, so a whole bunch of tungsten sheet metal slab for the tunnel bore and the cargo terminal next two cars. Great. Just great. And of course, being a slab, I need 3 blocks to make 6 of them. Luckily, it's basically 1 sheet per sheet metal block. So I could actually just get 4 tungsten. Yeah, I guess really for the just for the tunnel bore, I only need 4 tungsten for that, so I don't need very much. But I need to make a ship, fuel and such for the ship, and a spacesuit, and a telescope and a table. And then I have to, over the course of like multiple in-game days, track the planet I want to go to be able to create a star map of it to then put into the computer. And I'm pretty sure all of like the electronics stuff for the ship is not the cheapest. Way okay. Or then I can then just search the mod name for it. Door targeting computers to reduce fuel cost. Targeting computer. I don't even like care about that. Oh god, right. Oh my god. Oh god. And for how much it takes. Oh. It's gonna be a while until we have the trolley set up. To deploy a circuit, processing engraver, a precision mechanism, which I guess is not really as annoying compared to everything else anymore. Engraver again, and then a polished diamond, which I think you have to make in an engraver to make Charlie engrave. And that's 3 that's all 3 times. Oh my god. Why? 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 Oh, no, it's just sand on the diamond to It's not as bad, but we probably will make a polishing mill for that. And the polished diamond is literally only used for the targeting computer. The circuit is polished amethyst, 5 polished amethyst, copper and gold. At least that's used for the god as well. Oh my god, why does it take so much? I guess. Don't you need the navigator for. Do you need the navigator for it? Or is it just the target? I think the interplanetary navigator is used to go from exoplanet to exoplanet, going from the overworld or Earth to other planets doesn't need the navigator, but going from, say, the moon to Mars or Mars to Jupiter does take it. Because we have to go to the moon to get the lunar sapphire for that, so. And then rocket controls as well that we need for that. An oxygen filler that we'll need for stuff as well, and it's. Oh god. Did we even need a circuit for the space door for the ship too? I know. If we have a blacksmith, he can make like glass blower. They can make some of this stuff, I guess. If there's any loot chests, yeah, making this circuit is recipe sequence, which, yeah. Oh my god. The rack is a very awkwardly long mechanical crafting recipe as well. You really got stuck under here, dude. And we have to have. I think there's a certain block that we have to have enough of as part of the ship's structure that to count as enough heat shielding for it, unless that's the other space move. I think we do actually have two different space mods, but North Star is far better. I just kind of forgot to remove the other one, and now we're stuck with it, because removing it would probably break stuff, so. I meant to go with only North Star, but I forgot to remove the other one before creating the pack, so. Stuck with both space mods, so if for some reason you prefer the other one over North Star, you can play with that one, I guess. Even though it's a lot more difficult to actually do stuff with, I think, because I think it takes a lot more processing for the fuel of it, I do believe. I'm pretty sure the processing of the fuel for the other space mod takes more than for North Star. Honestly, the only stuff I've ever done with North Star so far is in creative, where I could just fast forward time to create the star maps. I didn't have to collect anything. I could just place down the telescope and table and grab what I need for them to create those, and then just build a rocket and take off to see what it's like. But um, if we eventually go to Mars, we can get Martian steel. Creating space, that's the other one. Yeah, I think creating space is, I think it just generally has a lot less, and it's some stuff for it is more difficult to do. Whereas North Star, a lot of stuff is easier to do with North Star, and it has a lot more as well because it has more planets to go to. Let's see how to make a helmet. Iron helmet, tinted glass, and iron plates. And suit, I already have a back tank, so that's done. I already have a back tank, so that's good. A wool, iron plates, more woolen plates, more woolen plates, so I think I will, do I have, I don't think I have any amethysts, though. I think amethyst is really the only thing that I don't have for making that yet. Well, I do have a bunch of amethyst. Okay, so I could make the spacesuit, which I think, unfortunately, I think it's the legging. I think it's the leggings of the spacesuit I can wear now after an update to the Origin. Before, with my Fox Origin, I couldn't wear armor that was too heavy, like, at all. It wouldn't let me put it on. Then, after a major update to the Origin somewhat recently, I can put on heavier armor, but it slows me down a lot. Like, the heavier the armor over my limit, the, yeah, the slower I move. So, will unfortunately have to be rather slowed down, but I guess it's at least accurate to real life, because spacesuits that we've been using in real life for a long time now are not the most maneuverable, so at least it's accurate to a real life spacesuit, where I'll end up being slowed down while wearing suit, and be less maneuverable in it. That's accurate, at least, I guess. So, plus also, I guess a lot of textures of creating space are also broken. Um, I'm not, honestly not sure if I am even going to do any create big cannon stuff on the server. Maybe eventually to mess around with some, like add some big massive cannons to the community built to the top of the community building to defend against air raids, because that'd be funny. But well, right now my big focus is on getting actually productive, useful stuff built. Which, to fully build the tunnel board to start on getting that train system built, I have to go to space. So, you know, just having to casually go to space in order to build a train for the first time. Ah, God. I probably should also get like a leap motion or something for my setup so that I can have my hands track too. So I know it looks a little awkward just constantly having my arms down by my side like this. Like the only time my arms or any of the rest of my body does anything is if I'm like bonked or thrown or something, which you can do if you type exclamation point bad uni with no spaces, all lowercase. There's actually commands to do that, because that's funny, I guess. Anyways, you can bonk me if you send the command for it during stream, but I think the only other thing that like launches me is raids, and it launches me with like depending on how many people I'm being raided with, increases the launch force to a point, because too high of a launch force and I just disappear from screen for a few seconds before respawning. Like I'm just gone and then back again. It's funnier if I limit how high a force it can go, because then you can actually see me. Even if I'm being raided with a ton of people, you can at least still see me be launched and land in the background. Whereas if I didn't limit it and I was raided with too many people, I would just be gone for a few seconds until I respawn. There's a number of other things, like the flashbang for being followed, which we got to see last stream, Pandora. Yeah, there's the flashbang of that. You can catch me in a Pokeball, and I can't remember what triggers that. Donating bits throws a bunch of stuff at me depending on how many bits you donate. So if you donate like 1,000 bits, then it throws 1,000 things at me, like all very quickly, which even only like a 1 millisecond timing between each item still takes a while for it to get through all 1,000 items. 10,000 is even worse. It takes quite a while to get through 10,000 items being thrown at me, and they're thrown with a lot of force. So I did a lot of testing when setting stuff up for that first. So made sure that everything would work and look proper and implement some limits for some stuff so that it doesn't go too far, like launching me from a raid so I don't get launched too hard. Actually, I should grab the chest that's in here so I can start putting some of the stuff in first. I think I'll probably start on the space stuff next stream, and I'll just focus on getting what I can for now other than the tungsten stuff on this stream. Yeah, so now you can see if I put the stuff in, actually I'll go get the drills too, so you can see that. And like mobs really don't freak me out much unless there's like an animal like my fox nearby that would be killed by a creeper blowing up next to me. I just don't freak out much with mobs unless they're like really strong, powerful mobs, because most mobs do barely anything to me because my armor is really good. I love my steampunk armor, especially because it's enchanted like insanely. Now that I have so all of this stuff, which is all of what it needs for all of that, could you what? Then a partial amount of what? Um, what just what just happened? Okay. Random drill appearing out of nowhere. Okay. A partial amount of, or was it 25 before? It's like, I'm so confused right now. I have no idea. A partial amount of drills. So now if I open the checklist, I think, yeah, all of the items that are complete, it puts to the back of the checklist. So it's not taking up room in the front of the checklist with other stuff. And now the drills, instead of saying, was it 71 or something, it says how many more drills I need to get up to the total that it needs. If I put that in, it needs 47. That was pretty far off. I knew there was a 7 in there somewhere. 47 mechanical drills it needs in total, so subtracting 25 from that is 22. So the clipboard using the schematic cannon with putting the clipboard in for a material checklist is very, very useful and very nice to have because of all of the very nice features that the Create team have programmed into it. So I think I'll probably just kind of work through the list now. Just grab some iron, grab some andesite. The andesite over here. And andesite over. Is a casing and regular door. Do I have a spare door? The only reason I would have a spare door anywhere is from colony. I do have some doors. I also can't use shields because of my origin as well. So that is a little annoying that I can't use shields because of it, but my armor is good enough anyways. I don't really need shields. But my armor protects me plenty well enough against most anything I need. And it's a pretty sure that's a stone cutter. That's even in polish. And it's and it's a pillar. Yeah. Stone cutting andesite down to pillar, which includes just regular andesite. How much of that? 10. Andesite trap over. That is the trap over. That is the andesite factory. It's all just gray, and there's a number of flat things in here already. Yeah, well, I already spent a set hell of a sheet. What even is that? Just, I don't know if I can. Yeah, well, another stuff. What mechanical fryer to automate food stuff. Where is the and was that trapdoor? Because that's just for alloys, so I just need to release. I think there it is. Okay. Just blending into everything else gray andesite around us. I am certainly blind sometimes. That clipboard I can travel to another one of those buildings for eventually. That pillar I can. Why is it frozen? It's not good. Okay, there we go. Cool. Don't crash on me, please. Please don't crash on me. I've had enough of you crashing in creative already. And as a pillar, if I kind of sound from yesterday, it's because I am kind of from yesterday. I don't know why. Another 21 layer episode. that. That. So done. Have you done? Wait, what? Wait, where did my X go? Um, where, at the very least, how is it randomly put in the chest? There's not any mod, there's not any mods or admins on to, like, move stuff from my inventory around to check if I'm cheating or anything, because I'm the owner. So, I'm the owner and the only person on the server right now, so no idea what happened. I'm probably losing my mind, but okay. But, just generally feeling kind of today, so if I don't sound great, then yeah, I'm not exactly doing great today. I mean, it's perfectly fine day today. It's just me being a bit sick, I guess. It's still perfectly fine enough to stream and stuff. It's just kind of my voice might be a little messed up and my nose is a bit stuffy, but other than that, yeah, it's really nothing. Bunch of yeah, industrial iron stuff as well, which is compacting iron nuggets being heated. And then I think, is there another compacting recipe that I have to be careful with from no, I can't. No. But I think heated in a blaze iron does. I do have to make sure that that's running and I have an output for that because the iron ingot, oh, I do have to filter it for the right type of iron ingot though. Because there are two identical recipes for different types of ingots. Um, isn't there a... I'm pretty sure there is a recipe that melts it down that I have to be... that like melts it down and I have to be careful of. There's also a couple different kinds of cast iron, because there's cast iron of crate big cannons and cast iron of factories road. Um, yes, mixing just less mixing, so they're compacting. I don't have to worry about for melting it down. I just have to worry about filtering the right type of ingot, which do only have some of I have both of the types of cast iron get so obviously I need is not very inventory first. Obviously I need necessarily big cannons, iron ingot I have to deny filter to get the industrial iron ingot. The big cannons one I have to deny filter on that. And I need a lot of it as well, because there's a lot of industrial iron stuff. Right, gee. And the industrial plating as well, because the block of industrial iron and the industrial plating are pretty similar, but I think the iron industrial plating, I think the industrial plating is cheaper. Definition brain. So, well, it kind of both just do stone cut from iron ingot. I guess the plating can only be stone cut. The block of industrial iron can also be compacted down from iron in industrial iron ingot, which then does also make it more expensive. But wait, that's a loophole then. Block of industrial iron, block of industrial iron. Industrial iron ingot is normally one iron to one ingot. But you can stone cut. You can stone cut one ingot into two blocks of industrial iron. So you can turn one ingot into. Oh, that's. That might be a slight bit of an issue. If you can basically just multiply industrial iron doing that. Wait, then I don't even need to do that because I can just stone cut ingot into industrial iron into two blocks of industrial iron to get 18 industrial iron ingot to do stuff in your car. I don't even need to worry about compacting it down because I can just. Okay, that might be a little bit much of the industrial iron ingot, though. I instead of turning 16 iron ingot into 16, or was it 19? Instead of turning 19 iron ingot into 19 industrial iron ingot, I just turned 19 iron ingot into 4.5 stacks of industrial iron ingots. That that might be a slight issue. Um, whichever mod it is that adds that recipe for the stone cutting, whichever mod, I think it's, well, let's just base create industrial iron. whatever mod adds this recipe, which I think that might actually just be base create. So it might be more of an issue with create deco having this recipe here. Either create or create deco need to do something to fix that. I think it's probably Create Deco because Create Deco is the one that has the compacting recipe for their industrial iron ingots into the base Create industrial iron blocks. So I think it's Create Deco that has to do something to fix that because that's a bit much. And then I have an uncrafting table, but that can't unsmelt I can't undo that recipe though, so I can't just. Yeah, there's no recipe to turn industrial iron ingot back into iron. Yeah, there's no recipe to turn industrial iron ingot back into iron for reversing that recipe. But if there was a recipe to reverse that back into regular iron ingots, that would be a bit more of an issue than it already is. Because you could just use one iron ingot to get 18 industrial iron ingot to put back into iron. And you've turned it from 1 iron into 18 iron. And then you can take those 18 iron, grab another one from somewhere else to make 4.5 stacks of industrial. That's an exponential increase. That's an exponential increase in how much iron you get. So the longer that runs, if you set up like a big giant super fast factory and you just put in one iron ingot, you'll have an infinite amount of iron that's like as much as you could possibly need. And like you'd never run out. Like you would never have to wait for more to be made because by the time, even if you were doing something that required that entire, like the entire store of iron but one from that factory, by the time you're done using all of that iron, it's gonna be full again. So you pretty much never have to wait for more iron. That would be a pretty major issue. So, luckily, there's no recipe to turn industrial iron and get back to iron, or that would be an incredibly fast iron farm. That would be just so incredibly broken. But anyways, it's already a little broken, but at least it's not that bad yet. Um, Again, I would like to be able to play with my shaders on server for on stream because the shader I have that I like using is such a beautiful shader, but it takes even more power to run, which is power that I don't have to spare when playing on the server on stream. So until I get something until I either upgrade my laptop in a way that allows me to run more, which might just be a RAM upgrade, but I think it would have to be a CPU and or GPU upgrade, which in a laptop isn't exactly possible unless you DIY your own laptop from desktop hardware, which I've seen a video on doing that, which is pretty cool. It's a pretty big laptop, but the fact they managed to fit pretty decently powerful desktop hardware into a laptop, like it was all 3D printed frame and everything, and like they took apart like this portable monitor for the display. It was a pretty cool project that they managed to do to make like a laptop that's more powerful than probably any other laptop in existence because it uses desktop hardware. Obviously, laptop hardware is clocked down a lot. So, desktop hardware in a laptop form factor, the cooling needed for that is also pretty intense, especially if you use like really, really top of the line hardware. But yeah, upgrading a CPU or GPU on a laptop isn't exactly possible unless you DIY a laptop out of desktop hardware like they did, or you have a framework laptop, in which case you can buy an upgraded motherboard for it or buy a GPU upgrade for it, especially if you have the framework laptop that the GPU is actually a separate card that slots into the back. Then you could actually literally just get a new graphics card and just take your old one out of the laptop and slot the new one into the back and boot it back up again and GPU upgrade. So Framework is a really, really cool laptop. It's expensive as hell, but it's like if you enjoy the repairability and the DIY-ness of like the DIY possibilities of the framework laptop, it's very much worth it. Like being able to upgrade your laptop almost the same way you would upgrade your desktop PC and be able to super easily just buy repair parts and repair it yourself without having to worry about any kind of warranty voiding or anything like that, or like, like if you enjoy the repairability and the DIY possibilities, it's absolutely worth it. But unfortunately, I don't have a lot of money, so I very much cannot afford a framework laptop. As much as I would really love one, because it would be cool to also be able to just like design my own case to look however I want and just throw the hardware into it and it work. And it not even be that hard to design the case for it because the design files are available for you to make custom cases and other custom stuff like custom IO expansion cards. Like, if you wanted to use a desktop GPU using a lightning cable, you could design your own IO expansion card that just plugs into the USB-C expansion card slot, one of them on the laptop, and then it just goes to a PCI Express port that you can then just plug the graphics card into. Honestly, that by itself wouldn't be able to support a very powerful graphics card, but if you also had an external power supply, you could use a really powerful desktop GPU in your framework laptop by making a custom thing for it and having an external power supply to power it. I don't have anywhere near the money for any of that, so that's not exactly a possibility for me, per se, but it's a really cool thing to think about and would be a really cool thing to do in the future. Uh, Stack plus 49. Iron for that. I think I also broke this coke oven because I don't need to input coal and it doesn't output coal coke, but it just keeps infinitely generating the creosote. I just somehow broke it and now have an infinite supply of creosote for whatever I need it for. Which is, it's not a whole lot that I do need it for, but it is quite useful to have here for what I do need it for, and not have to worry about going and either gathering or generating coal and inputting it and waiting for it to process and then having to collect the coal coke out from it. I can just plop some stuff down here and have creosote that spouted onto it without having to worry about any of that. I'm not sure if it is still infinitely broken like that, but if it is still broken like that, well, Factory Must Grow devs, you might want to look into that and fix that if you haven't, because infinite creosote for that is mildly broken. Not as broken as some other stuff can be, but broken enough to possibly matter about getting fixed quickly and in a way that can also fix existing coke ovens to disable their infinite generation abilities. The plating. Oh, that makes two plating per chimney. So then that would be half a stack plus 25. Half a stack plus 37. And it is plating, right? Yes. That. Version 1, because of 49, I had to make 50, and now I'll have one extra. I do not like having just like one or two random extra of everything because nothing ever works out that evenly. It's annoying that nothing like ever works out that perfectly for a recipe, but industrial plating. No. C industrial running on the trapdoor. No. For industrial iron ingots. I'm going to get 12 of those. That leaves the 12 of those we need. I feel like my voice sounds deeper being slightly sick like this right now than it normally does. I can't really go much higher without horrendous voice cracking and squeaking. Like, I can feel when I try to go higher pitch than this, like even just back up to my normal voice. Even just talking like this, I can feel the voice crack and squeaking trying to make its way out, which is a bit annoying, but hopefully tomorrow will be somewhat better. I don't know. I was perfectly fine yesterday, and all of a sudden today, just guess what? You're gonna be sick now. Well, uh, 12 iron support, which has to be on a crafting table, even though it's just 4 of those. And that would be, yeah. Look, you. Here we go. Stuff done now. 6 is ladder. So that would be here. 3. You know, I guess I didn't really need to come into here so I can access the crafting table from out here. So that you just include 3 of you for 6 of you. Yeah, I definitely made a lot more industrial iron than I actually need, but I'd have quite a bit of iron to work with, so. And it only costed me 19 iron to make all of this industrial iron because that recipe is broken. Um, I'm just showing catwalk stairs. It's just gonna be bars and catwalk. How many of those? So 6. So that'd be 3 recipes of you. So, and I'm gonna have a whole bunch of extra bars, of course. At least it's using up some of this I don't need. Well, I guess I'm gonna put some of this random stuff away here, right? The cushions that I charge and brick, I guess, can go in there. I guess those can both go in there for now. And then you can go in there. So, industrial iron bars. And I need the weeks, that's 6. Yeah, so 3 recipes of that, which that makes 4 each. Which I guess because that's 2, 4, 2, that would be 6 catwalk, which I have to make 2 recipes, so I'll have 2 extra catwalk as well. Which I need 8 industrial iron sheet. Which I think says pressing into the sheet, and then does that have a pressing recipe? No, so I don't have to worry about that becoming train hall or something like iron and copper do. Still, I'll take it out as soon as it's done, just in case. Really? More of you? No, I'm not sleeping, but like, dude, that comes up. Two of you. And three of you. Let's see these stairs done as well. And then that's everything industrial iron. I still have a ton of industrial iron, which I guess I will need. Oh god. I guess I will need more of it for the cargo train, because that'll use some amount of all of those as well, so. At least I have plenty enough for the cargo train later as well. And Okram, where was some Okram? I think there is some Okram nearby. I think there is some Okram, like just that way. I do have to go to the bathroom, but it's only like 45 minutes into the stream. It's only like 45 minutes left of. And now why is my folks unset here? Now I'm going to I'm getting stuck in the trees. Wait, the foxes fight for me as well? Oh my god, that's... Yeah, that's... Okay, really? You got yourself, like, stuck way up in the tree. The foxes fight them all, just... very hurting these things. I'm like, I don't think I can hit them. No, please don't get hurt, like, at all. Shot that. Seriously, come on, it's right there. God, is there anything I can feed you? Heal you up some? Where we go? Where did we? No, you're gonna get shot. Don't you fucking dare. I'm sorry. I do not want my precious fox hurt. I've already had a pair of foxes die due to a creeper. I used to have a fox both there and there sitting, kind of guarding here, and then I didn't notice a creeper approaching, and it shot, or it blew up both of them. Which you have to get you to sit in the right direction. So have to and it's really, there we go. Yeah, sit. I needed you to turn to the side of your side. Then do that. Hey, no, get back here. No, do it. You're supposed to sit and obey me. Why are you refusing to sit all of a sudden now? Okay, do it. Dude, Christ. Fucking creepers. Our baby's gonna die, and I don't know if I can even feed him anything. Don't think they would have chicken out here. Pretty much the only thing I actually use is the berries. So even though like chicken and rabbit, I could also be using. It doesn't accept chicken either, except the raw chicken or salmon. The cooked chicken and the salmon. It's like no, like just sit by yourself. Like my precious baby, I need you to sit facing this way. Yes, like that. That's on my command. Yes, there we go. Now it should stay sitting there. Not quite. Yeah, that direction's fine. Also, the jukebox is also a little broken because it, like, if you're within range when it starts playing, you can hear it no matter where you go for some reason. So I think something about the jukebox is broken. Like maybe it's the better jukebox's mod that like puts the disc spinning on top like this to make it look better that causes that, but actually that might actually just straight up be a feature of the better jukeboxes is put a disc in like anyone within range of it when you put a disc in can then just hear it traveling elsewhere. Which does then also mean that you have to travel back to put another disc in when the current one ends. Because I don't think a mechanical arm automating the discs through it will allow you to hear them from anywhere. Maybe it's once a disc has started playing in it, then if something automated puts the next disc in, when that one finishes playing, then you can just continue listening to it in like a playlist, but I more use the create songs and speakers stuff more anyways, which I still have to finish that playlist. Cause yeah, my mix here sorted by date. Ascend if you do come onto the server and you come over to this audio workstation, or you like find or make a speaker somewhere or something and an antenna that allows you to listen to it without a cassette tape. Because the one bit ringing. There you go. This you either find or make a speaker and then put in an antenna. You turn around and put in an antenna here, which this one doesn't have. Oh, I think my speaker width. Okay, I think my speaker with an antenna is in my backpack. Yes, here it is. Yes. I think there is. Let's see. Hold on. I know there is a keybind. If you crouch right click in facing the air, or is it just if you crouch right click while holding it, you can put it on your shoulder, and then when you have it in your hand, you can just right click to open it without having to place it down first. But put on a parabolic antenna, so I would make or find one of those and a speaker. And you can go on wireless, Unis mix, and I think you do have to come to the workstation first. You come to the workstation, select Unis mix, sort by date ascending, because date ascending puts it in the correct order. Because when I was putting the playlist together from my furry music list on my phone, I was just going down through the list on my phone in the same order. So sort by date ascending puts it in the correct order for what I have on my phone. Um, yeah, so we come here, do that, then speaker with the parabolic antenna on here, then just select it, and then you can listen to any of the furry music that I've added to the list so far. Um, I think I probably will hop on the server off stream to finish the playlist maybe tomorrow. Honestly, not sure, but tomorrow I might hop on to the server off stream so that I can finish the list with the rest of the songs. Because there's already quite a number of songs, but it's only like halfway through Ivy Cone. Um, which, like, Ivy Cone starts with World of Everything. So, like, all of that is Ivy Cone. Like, everything above that is Frisk, then Snuffles, and we transfer or fade into Snuffles from Frisk through their collab song, which I think is kind of fitting to go from Frisk to Snuffles through their song they did together recently. And then through Frisk to Violet Pony, then Violet Pony to Ivy Cone, and we're about halfway through Ivy Cone here. And then there was a weird issue where I couldn't add any more songs because it wouldn't load from SoundCloud for some reason. Trying to upload the MP3 files that I have of all of the songs caused the server to crash because it would like freeze the server. It would, for some reason, freeze the server for long enough, it would crash it. And then YouTube would, like, putting in the YouTube link would just refuse to work. So SoundCloud was the only way that actually worked to add them. And then halfway through adding Ivy Comb, it just suddenly broke. um, I could be playing some of the music on stream, but I could add something for our stream that would actually like send a message in chat of what song is currently playing, or you can just send a command to check what song is playing. Um, and that would also, but since I'm streaming to both Twitch and YouTube, the VODs on YouTube would be probably somewhat quickly taken down, even though pretty sure Violet Pony I know I'm pretty sure Violet Pony allows it. I think Ivacom allows it. I'm not sure. Um, I'll have to check with Ivacom if they allow playing their music on stream or something. I think Snuffles allows it, and I think maybe Fisk allows it, but I'm not sure. Before I do any playing of any of the furry music on stream, I'll check and make absolutely sure that they all are okay with their music being played on stream. And I'll set up some plugin or something that allows you to check what song is currently playing on stream and get like a link to it to be able to go find and listen to it yourself, so that they automatically have proper credit without me having to worry about listing proper credit for all of them in a big giant list in the description. If there is a way of splitting out the audio from the speakers to a separate audio track, then I could have a separate audio track without the music going to YouTube and just keep it on Twitch. Because YouTube is way overly strict about that. Your VOD is most likely going to be taken down if it has copyright music in it, even if the copyright holder says you can just use their music as long as you give proper credit however you want. For now, no music on stream yet. Um, Probably not any music anytime soon on stream either, until I either set something up to play the music separately from Minecraft, like instead of playing it through the speaker block using the mod on Minecraft, I have it playing through a different app that I can mute on the YouTube feed. Because it'll be complicated to set up for splitting the audio stream. It'll be complicated for setting up splitting the audio stream between YouTube and Twitch so that YouTube doesn't have the music on it. Because one, using a restream provider, I only send out one stream, and then that one stream gets resent out to both Twitch and YouTube. I don't know. I just noticed a little icon that I didn't notice before. Anyways, there might be something where I can send separate audio streams to go to separate platforms. Or I can risk just sending two streams out directly and risk the network usage that would take. Because I don't think I exactly have very much network bandwidth to play with for that. I have some speed. I have plenty enough speed to be playing on the Minecraft server and streaming pretty smoothly, which the issues with lag on the first stream, early on the first stream, was the restream provider I went with first had some issues. It was mainly the restream provider that was causing the issues, so switched providers to the one that I've been using the past, well, since the first stream when I fixed the issues. I have been installing a lot. I need to go find that okra. I get distracted pretty easily, can you tell? I think there's okra over here, unless it's just scoria and such over here. I'm pretty sure there's okra somewhere either close by here or close by community area. I'm pretty sure there is okra that's close by one of these two areas. Unless it was like, unless I'm yeah, unless it was down underground where it was, because it might have been down underground in the tunnel that's going to be poured later. But obviously, I can't bore the tunnel to get the okra that we would run through if I don't have okra to make the train in the first place. So I have to find somewhere first to make the train, then I can get more of it when we run in, if we run into it, drilling out the tunnel. So there's a all the way. Yeah, I have to. Yeah, once the tunnel bore train is built and we go through, if we run into some okra boring up the tunnel for the train, then I can use that okra for the cargo train. And whatever else I might need it for, too. If I need okra for, like, a building that I used it for some style, or maybe possibly more cargo trains running elsewhere for stuff. Because I think if I do have multiple cargo trains running around different areas of the map, then I do want at least the engines to be the same style so that it's like an actual cohesive, like, rail network that we're running on the server. Instead of being like all separate random trains going around for stuff, it would actually be like a proper train network or like a proper train company that's running the trains across the server. Because I like the idea of having like actual proper train company running a network across the server than just randomly styled trains. Even if they aren't the exact same design, still having similar design, like ochre and deep slate and andesite as detail for them. I am just kind of exploring off randomly here to try and find some. I know there's some somewhere. The world can't generate entirely without any, right? Right? Anyways, yeah, it would be nice to have at least the same style. Um, because, and even if they're not the exact same engine, it'll still look like a proper network of company trains across the world by having similar styles. Plus, I mean, even in like real life networks, like even real life train networks, they're not all the exact same engine. Like, sure, they have multiple, like, they'll have multiple of an engine, or like, but they'll have multiple different engines that are all just painted the same style. So that you know that engine is part of a certain company. Like CN up here has a certain style so that you see one of their trains around and you know it's a CN rail train. Like all like most of at least most of CN's fleet though is the same engine. Which does kind of go a little against what I was literally just talking about. At least most of their fleet is the same engine, or at least very similar looking engines. But still, like, even if most of their network is the same engine, it's still not going to be exactly the same engine all the way across their entire network. Even if the engines look even if the engines look similar because they're all a certain style of diesel engine, they're still going to be howlers and stuff, you know. They're still going to be different engines painted the same, even if they look almost the exact same for both being generic diesel engines. Look the same, painted the same, but not quite exactly the same engines. Just as I don't have any gold nuggets or something. I don't have any gold nuggets for damn it. You give them gold nuggets and you get the tokens that you can then use for stuff. The only problem with just jumping down into caves like this is I usually teleport out. I will usually just teleport out of a cave. Which I honestly might have to do because digging my way out of here would probably just take way too long. Forgive me for having to teleport out of here. Also, I don't really bother with lighting caves up at all, because my fox origin gives me night vision. So, and again, my armor protects me plenty well enough that, and my speed and my very good armor kind of just keep me from taking too much damage. You can mostly just kind of run to avoid anything from hitting me, and whatever does hit me does basically nothing. Well, that's a pretty big level pool. That's probably counts as an infinite source, so should probably remember that under that mountain near community area, so I guess now we have a possibly infinite lava pool pretty near community area. So I can just run like hell another cargo train shipping lava to the community building. I'd probably just run a pipeline for that. Um, a train could probably get overall more per load. Kind of like keep it stocked up. There's lots of diamonds around, but I have lots of diamond. I don't really need any. I'm just looking for Okran. Which I'm not too sure Okran even generates this low, actually. I have no idea where Okran actually generates, so I am absolutely gonna have to teleport out of here because I have no idea which way is it. Right. I have no idea which way is actually out of here. And again, digging my way up out of here would be way too long. And I only have like 15 minutes left of streaming, so next stream I will be starting on space stuff so that I can go and get tungsten for it. That'll probably take multiple streams to do as well. Just because it's expensive. All the stuff for the rockets is not cheap. Um, yeah, I'm not sure. Uh, is it? Yeah, I'm a bit too far down. Once they deep sleep storm between -30 and 70, so I am a little bit far down for it. Okay. Just because my only way out of this cave is to teleport out, I have to. I honestly would rather not have to on stream, but it's my only way out of that cave is to, so sorry, but my only escape from that is teleporting. It's definitely admin power abuse because only me and other staff It's like only me and other con staff have the ability to do that. So that is definitely very much abusing the power that we have being admin, but for the sake of trying to find at least some Okram before the end of stream, which is very soon. Yeah. Um, so the starting about here is where it should be generating. How did you not die from that? That was pretty far. And it said it does generate how much? Is there a spider cave? Oh, there is a spider cave in there. Which she's now stuck in. Okay, try not to fall into that then. Ooh, but I can get wool from that. Probably a decent amount of wool from that. Hey, oh god. I might go explore that later. Definitely not today with trying to find Okram and all that. And, I know it was probably me that made that noise, but I didn't take any damage. I'm not drowning because I can't as long as I have the sea necklace on, which is very nice. Swim speed and water breathing thanks to sea necklace was very nice to have, especially for going around exploring places like this underwater. Like on the Fabric server, a Merling would have no problem exploring around, but Forge server, we don't have a Merling origin. Actually, Origins is a lot more focused on Fabric than Forge, I've noticed, because there's a lot more Origins in Fabric compared to Forge. Like, we have quite a decent selection of Origins to choose from on the Fabric server, and like a ton more Origins that we could install. Whereas here on the Forge server, we kind of have like most of what there is for Origins mods on Forge. And it's not even as much as we have on Fabric. Like, we have most of what there is on Forge, and it's still not as big a selection as on Fabric, which Fabric is a very small amount of them compared to how many there are. And it is mostly focused, like, the ones we have are mostly focused around animals and furry species, which there weren't actually any furry species ones on Forge. The only furry species origins we have on Fabric, which there is actually quite a number of, again. There's like even just furry species, there's quite a number of on Fabric, which is certainly nice if you're a furry playing on Fabric. And really, most of the only animal origins on Forage are this fox origin, which I do like a lot. I like this fox origin a lot more than really most of the other origins that I tried on the Fabric server. I think one of my favorites on the Fabric server is probably the Rivulet, because the swim speed is insane. Rivulet Origin has pretty high swim speed with just the Origin, but then if you add a sea necklace on top of that, which also boosts your swim speed, which is how I'm swimming with some decent speed on here right now, then yeah, you swim incredibly fast with Rivulet Origin and a sea necklace. Like, the speed is actually just insane. Might come to this. Yeah, I can listen early. You do know you're not a witch, right? You're a wandering trader, not a witch. You know that? Okay. So, well, really couldn't find any book from here. What items does it even generate? We could go back and explore the ravine cave back at spawn for some, but yeah, like, it's just all been dripstone here. It looks similar to dripstone, but it's still different enough that I would have noticed some. Because, yeah, like, see, it's, yeah, like, the block of it there, so it's similar to dripstone. It's kind of a lighter, slightly more yellow dripstone. But that would still be noticeable alongside a clump of dripstone, which it generates with. Even though I've found none of it and all of this dripstone generation around here, so probably tomorrow off stream head back to explore around the cave for some crumb and finish the furry music playlist and try and figure out some way of having the music on stream on Twitch and separate it out for YouTube not to have it. Because again, YouTube would be very unhappy about that, and then I'd have to deal with all of that and getting the copyright removed from it. So, it would be quite a lot of work for just one stream of it, let alone daily streaming of it, so that I would have to deal with that every day on YouTube. Which I was saying that Twitch's copyright stuff is a lot more lax, which is why you can basically just freely stream music and it's up to the copyright. I think it's up to the copyright holder more to tell Twitch to be watching out for their music on streams. Because if you don't tell Twitch that this is your music and you want them to be watching out for streams using it to copyright claim them, then they just don't really care much, which is a lot better for streamers who are using music that is allowed to be freely played on stream. Because obviously streamers on YouTube, even playing music that is freely open to be played on stream, is going to get copyright claimed pretty quickly because their system is so much more strict. Whereas Twitch, the music that's allowed to be played freely on stream, you can play freely on stream without worry. There's really only music where the copyright holder has actually put out a watch for their music on Twitch. Like where they actually want Twitch to be specially looking out for people playing their song to copyright claim. Which, if you're the copyright holder for music, that's perfectly valid. It's your music. You can really do whatever you want with it. You can allow people to play it on stream or include it in videos freely, or you can be a lot more strict with the copyright and claim any streams or videos that are playing it. Which, again, luckily, I think most furry are the most, as most smaller music artists allow their music to be used on stream and in videos as long as you give them proper credit, which even if they don't ask for proper credit, you should still be giving them credit because it's their music that you're using. And if someone watching your stream or video likes the music, then giving the artist proper credit allows that person to then go and find the artist and see if they like more of their music. So giving proper credit to an artist is very beneficial to the artist because anyone who likes the music that you've played on stream can much more easily go find them and start listening to more of their music on their own time. Like someone like Violet Pony. I think pretty sure they allow their music to be used in videos and on stream freely as long as you give them credit. And even if they didn't ask for credit to be given, I would still be making sure that people know who made the music because a lot of their music is pretty good. It's like I've included some of like the top best, or at least what I think is some of the top best music that they've made in the furry list. But there's still a ton more of their music that's just as good as what I included in the list. There's a lot of their other music that's more compared to the rest, but it's still decent. There's not really very much of their music at all is actually bad. There are some, at least what some would consider bad music artists in the fandom. I'm not gonna name any because I don't really know any. I don't really know the name of any, but I know there are at least one or two that I've heard that I didn't really like. But that's more just because it doesn't match the kind of music that I like more than them being an actually bad, like objectively bad artist. Who's really objectively bad music is not really that common because whether you think music is good or bad is more up to what you like, which also means that, like, just because you don't like some music doesn't necessarily mean that it's bad. It could still be really, really good music. It just happens to not be something that you like, which I've certainly dealt with some people who have said furry music like Ivy Comb is bad because it's not because it's not the kind of music that they like. Ivy Comb is a really, really good, talented artist. Their music is amazing. It just happens that it's not what that person enjoys listening to, which they shouldn't call it bad. They should just say that it's not what they like. But I guess maybe they just have a hard time recognizing what's actually good or not, and they stick too much to what they like or don't like as what's good or bad, rather than looking at it objectively, is it good or bad, versus subjectively, do I like it or not? Where in that case, Ivy Comb is subjectively not what they like listening to, but objectively is good music. And it also happens to be some of the best music I've ever heard. I really, really like Ivy Comb and all of the other artists that I have on the list. Juice and Frizz, Snuffles, Violet Pony, Ivy Comb, uh, Night Howls, I think that's all I have on the list so far is Frizz, Frizz, Snuffles, Violet Pony, Ivy Comb, and Night Howls. Yeah, think that's all I have on it. I mean, if there's any other music artists that are similar to any of them or are like as objectively good as them, do let me know because I'm always looking to add new artists to my list. Yonkagore, how could I forget Yonkagore? God damn. Um, yeah, there's Frizz, Snuffles, Violet Pony, Ivy Comb, Yonkagore, and Night Owls. So that's 6 artists that I have on here. And always looking for more artists that I don't know yet. Um, but I think Yonkagore is, Yon is one of the first furry music artists that I found, and then I think Ivy is the second. Um, actually, Violet Pony might be the first. No, because I've been listening to Yon for longer than that. Violet Pony I found through Beat Saber. I found a really cool mapper on Beat Saber and just kind of randomly came across a Violet Pony song that they made a really, really fun map for. And then I just went through and downloaded like all of the Violet Pony maps they had made, and they're all really, really good, well done maps that are super fun to play. Uh, Mapper is Zixie, and they're all Violet Pony songs. They're all super fun to play. I think my favorite Violet Pony song and map that they've made is Antonym. It's not a difficult map, but it is fun to play, and I resonate with the song a lot because it kind of just is the way that I think about the world a lot. Of like, I don't, if you're just some random hater, I don't care what you think. I'm going to be who I am. I'm proud of who I am. I don't care what you think if you're just some random hater not being nice to me. And that goes for both online and in person because I've dealt with a lot of in person stuff because, well, the city I live in it has a lot of redneck people who do not like us very much. So it's kind of a circumstance of the situation around here that there's a lot of not so nice people here. Yeah. So pretty much since grade 11, which is only a few years, because I'm only a year and some out of high school, so it's only like 3-ish years, but that's still pretty much most of the time I've been in the fandom. I've been in the fandom, I'd say probably 3.5, 4 years now. So that is kind of most of the time I've been in the fandom. I've received hate both online and in person. And the in person has gotten a bit physical. Not too bad, like not me being beat up or anything, but my tail gets pulled all the time here and there. Like anytime I'm in fursuit, my tail gets pulled unless I'm at some event where the not so nice people tend not to show up to. But it's really the only time I'm safe in fursuit from my tail being pulled is when I'm at an event like Pride, where those kinds of not so nice people tend not to show up. And even if they did show up and pull my tail, it was kind of everyone else at Pride to defend me. So, yeah, I'm pretty safe at events like Pride, because although there are a lot of not so nice people, they just kind of stay away from Pride when it's going on here. They don't really interfere with any kind of Pride stuff going on, which is nice that they're at least respectful enough to allow us to have our safe space and not rudely intrude on that safe space, even though it's like all of us concentrated into one space at a time. And it would be like the perfect time to dish out hate to all of us at once. They're at least respectful enough or afraid enough to avoid pride and allow us to have our space for some time at least. But yeah, so I think kind of the online hate that I've gotten some of has been worse than the in-person physical hate that I've gotten, because there was a bit of a situation of fake screenshots being spread about me that luckily didn't take too much to deal with and didn't spread like instantly fandom wide like it usually does. But if you do see if you do see any screenshots, which if you see the screenshots, you'll know what I'm talking about, but just know that situation has been dealt with and they shouldn't be out around anymore. But if you do come across them, know that they are fake. Really, really well done, but fake. Like, pretty much all of my friends can attest to that. And there are a number of discrepancies that can be spotted if you look closely. But if you know how I type, you like, if you know how I type like my friends do, then it's pretty obvious that they're fake. Like they weren't able to replicate the way I type, so obviously most people don't know the way I type, so really only people close to me like my friends can tell easily that it's fake. Yeah, if you see them, you'll know what I'm talking about, but you shouldn't ever see them because they pretty sure we dealt with it quickly enough that it didn't spread much of at all. I know it was posted in at least one Discord and Twitter, but then a little while after they decided, you know what, I'm done with this, and they apologized for it, confirmed that they're fake, and they were removed from Twitter. So the only way they could still be circulating out somewhere is if anyone saved it from the Discord it was sent in, or someone came across the Twitter post of them and saved them and started spreading them more. But I don't think the Twitter posts got enough attention for anyone to save and spread them. I think the Discord that it was sent in kind of like agreed with it and then moved on. Like they didn't really make that much of a big deal about it. They were just kind of like, all right, well, we'll watch out for this person and ban them if they show up or something. And then moved on from it, even though the person posting them was trying to basically incite a riot. And I feel like if the Discord it was posted in did react a lot more to it, they probably would have posted a link to the convention Discord for them to raid and tear down, which wouldn't be the easiest because we do have Wick protecting us from a raid like that, and we do have a verification system you have to go through first. So we are decently protected from any kind of like raid like that. But I am trying to remove Wick. I need to program all the auto mod and protection functionality of Wick into TEC to be able to remove it because it's annoying to try and use. But I've been talking for a while, so I just kind of realized that I've been just rambling on for a while. I have a big map. You shouldn't see them, but if you do see them, you'll know what I'm talking about. And if you do see them, please do report them, because if they are still circulating out somewhere, then they could pop up and completely ruin me. They could like randomly pop up again into the main lights. If I eventually become more popular and well known around the fandom, if they happen to still have been circulating around the background for a while and then all of a sudden pop up when a lot of people know me, then that would be a lot worse to deal with than when we did deal with it of basically no one knows me, no one really made a big scene about it, and it was able to be dealt with pretty quickly. But we originally called them out for being fake screenshots, and then they doubled down and made more fake screenshots and spread them. And then I guess something happened where they admitted to like working for a hate group, and they kind of thought for a while and realized what they were doing and decided to leave that hate group, block account access from them, and try to help clean up the situation. And then also warned that the hate group might try and hack the account back from them to continue. But luckily, we got the person posting it around on our side to help protect us from that group. So we got very, very lucky with that, that the person had a realization of what they were doing and decided to turn a 180 and try and help reverse what they had done. So I'm thankful to the person who was spreading it, not for spreading it, but for turning around and trying to help us clean it up after. And the situation was dealt with a while ago, and it shouldn't ever come up again. But if it ever does happen to come up again for some reason, I'll probably talk about it here and there to make sure that people still remember to watch out for it. Just to make sure that people understand that's a thing that happened. It could still be circulating somewhere and pop back up again, so that if it does happen to pop back up again, people already know that it's fake, so that you already know that it's fake before it even pops back up again. There's kind of future proofing just in case it comes back for me. Because obviously I very much do not want it to, but it could. I just am not. I mean, I am kind of scared that it will. And by the time it does pop back up again, I- I'll be like well known enough, but the people who know me won't have already know that it's fake. And I'll be just completely ruined. Like, before I even started doing any kind of streaming or really open public stuff like this, I already had a situation that terrified me because it made me think that I might not even be able to become popular or well known at all right off the bat. Like, my dreams just crushed and shattered before they could even start at all. So I know what it's like to deal with a situation like that already. And I want to make sure that situation can't happen, or at least not be successful in, at least that situation not be successful in taking me down in the future when I am more well known, and then I'm completely shunned out of the fandom for it before I can even give my before me or any of my friends can even give any word on it. And yeah, like I mean that doesn't just go for those specific screenshots that happened before that might come back up later, but any screenshots that make me look like something horrible, those are probably fake, and anyone who knows me close enough would be able to attest to them being fake. And I really, really just want to future proof from anything happening in the future that could tear me down from popularity in the fandom. But this I've been rambling on long enough, I guess. The stream should have been over like half an hour ago. Whoops. Oopsies. Stream should have been over half an hour ago, and I kept rambling on about stuff. I'll try not to ramble on about stuff like this in the future, especially when especially if I do become more popular and well known, because then I'll become popular and well known for rambling on about random stuff at the end of stream, making it go half hour over time. But, yeah. Any, you'll know it when you see it, report it if you see it, and just know that it's fake. Trying someone or some group trying to ruin me. But anyways, if you want to join the server or the convention, it's less than a month until next con time. Next con time starts October 18th at 3 p.m. Mountain Standard. It's mostly in VR chat, but we will have some Minecraft mini games, which another one of staff is supposed to be making some mini games on the vanilla server for. Not too sure how that's going because I haven't been on the vanilla server in a while, but hopefully they're making some progress on those mini games for the convention, and hopefully they'll be ready by con time. But it's mostly on VR chat, but we are looking for more people to host events on other kinds of events on other platforms, because it's mostly random games on VR chat that we do right now. So we are looking for more panels and other kinds of stuff that can be hosted by other people on other platforms than VR chat. Like, maybe if one of you out there want to host a game or some kind of event on Resonite, maybe. We would love to have some events on other platforms like Resonite and other types of events like panels where it's not all just games that we're playing, because it's like entirely games that we're playing. If you do want to join one of the Minecraft servers or one of the other game servers, we have Rust, Satisfactory, and Subnautica as well. Or if you want to join the convention when it runs twice a year, link to the Discord is in the description. We would love to have you. Um, and yeah, like really one of the only events that we have that isn't a game either on VR chat or something else is the fursuit meet and greet, which is only like half an hour, so we would love for someone else to take that over so that it can be a full hour event so that we have more time to hang out in fursuit together because currently I host the event and I need to take at least some time for lunch. So if someone else can take over that event for us and run it the full hour, you can go to theenergeticcon.com/events to look at the event list, because that is Saturday, the 19th, that the first meet and greet runs. And also, if you are a music artist and you do live events, we are also looking for a new DJ because our DJ stream hasn't run the past few times because the DJ that originally signed up to run that event has been unavailable since the first time. So if you are an artist who does, we are a music artist who does live events or performances, we would love to have you as our DJ instead. Because hopefully you'd actually be able to be our DJ for each running and only have to miss out here or there instead of running one DJ stream and not being able to make any other. But Saturday and Sunday are full 12 hours, 9 to 9 Mountain Standard, and Friday starts at 3 p.m. Mountain Standard. So we'd certainly love to have you to help grow the convention more because we do hope to bring our April time to real life eventually. But in order to bring one of our con times to real life, we kind of have to be a lot bigger and more popular than we are. Like a ton bigger and more popular than we are in order to bring it to real life, especially where we are. And unfortunately, we do also have a lot of one-time attendees where they attend and they don't want to attend the next one because of how empty it was, which is an unfortunate cycle that we're stuck in of always having new attendees, but they always only attend once. And then their lack of attendance the next time makes it feel just as empty for the next set. So if you do join us and attend the next convention, we do ask that you please continue attending the convention for future people to feel more and for the convention not to feel as empty as when you attended the first time. Because that would help us grow a lot more and a lot faster by by you keeping attending, helping to keep the convention growing instead of attending once and then abandoning the next, leading to it feeling empty for the next attendees. Anyways, if you would like to join us for the next con or on in Minecraft or any of the other games we have servers for, again, link to the Discord is in the description. I would certainly love to have you. And that is up.